Boom. Hey, folks, how's everyone doing? I hope everybody packed a lunch because some days are more recaps and some days are more rewatches. And I got to a point where my timestamps were basically just like all this shit. Because there's a lot of shit. We're gonna be watching. The Evil Potato today. Trooper Proctor, the yeah, I had some thoughts about today. There's some parts we can cut out, but a lot of it we're gonna watch because I had some thoughts. So yeah, I brought some food I'm gonna munch on. I got some extra for the pups. We don't have Proctor today. We have Bukhenik. Bukhenik is, and in fact, we got a very early clue in this one that they're not calling Proctor at all. They very much sort of signaled that the prosecution doesn't plan on calling Proctor, and in fact, they're going a little bit further than not calling Proctor. Let me show you what it is the prosecution is doing with Proctor today, because they've got this whole plan for like Proctor, and it's not new, but it's a plan that's been tried before. This is what they're doing right here. Trooper Proctor seen on right. They're just like, we're just gonna airbrush him out of this case entirely. So we're gonna have to see. I mean, it is gonna be wild on all of this one. So yeah. All right. Let's have a look here. Okay. Let's fire this up. Let's get going. We got a lot to get going through, so we're gonna watch at 1.5. And we're going to pull him up. What picture am I referencing? That is a picture that is from the Stalin era. Stalin was in the habit of airbrushing out people who had pissed him off, or often who he'd had executed. So, just so that there was never any pictures of him with somebody who he'd executed as a traitor. So, yeah. What is it? This is the picture here. So yeah, the picture on top is the original picture. The picture on the bottom is after he'd had that guy on the right, sort of dealt with, and then he disappeared them out of the picture. That's really what they're trying to do with Trooper Proctor. They're trying to say that he never existed. So, yeah. Okay, and we're just gonna turn up the audio a little bit before we get going. Always good to remember to do that. Here we go, and let's
name is spelled Bukhenik.
Mr. Bukhenik, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the homicide section.
I want you to take us back before you became a state police trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
By the way, they're gonna start this off by telling us just how awesome he is. So yeah, yeah.
I was 9 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
Did you attend public schools?
Yes.
Through high school?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
After high school, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why did you enlist in the Marine Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I.
finish this next one. Go ahead.
My friends and I decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military service, did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White SCI clearance, and as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
Did you engage in any?
So right now they're starting off and they're going, "Isn't it true, Trooper Bukhenik, that you are a big damn hero?" That is what this is about. It's, sir, can you fly the flag as tall as you possibly can? Given his bullshit that he goes through, I think it's that he runs through. I think it's kind of gross that he flies that flag, but yeah.
Special assignments.
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With that clearance, we are read into a SCI program, which is a need-to-know basis type situation.
How long were you in the military for?
4 years.
When were you discharged from the Marines? What year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement. I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
This one can go both ways because people in the military tend to lean towards other people in the military. But if they think that you are fucking around while like flying your medals, then they will swing on you hard. And this guy, I've heard reports from people in the courtroom that the jurors actively laughed at this guy at points. So, yeah, we'll see.
I want to ask you about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
When a case, an unintended death, is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement. In Massachusetts, under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learned throughout the investigation. At times, it's obvious there was a homicide when the local agency that's...
Ooh, that's rough. We're gonna, so right now he's just leading in with what is the, what they do. I don't like the uniform as a free coffee, using the uniform as a free coffee punch card. Yep. Also, I got the current goal is I got a package earlier today, And so I know what the package is, but I'll show you guys and do a proper unboxing if we hit the goal here. So, yeah.
Reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported, and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging. They respond, and then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, etc.
Have you ever?
And I'm going to roll this. Sandy says, I'm at a concert, but wanted to pop in and say hi, as well as thanks for the wonderful recaps. Thank you, Sandy. So they're going to get through the intro. Once they get through the intro, they're going to start getting to some more, whatever. Did that mention the hanging open the door to discuss Sandra Birchmore? The thing is that the person who decides whether the door has been opened is Judge Canone. And she's not going to decide that the door has been opened unless, unless this guy gets up on the stand and says something like, Sandra Birchmore was, I don't know, unless he does something like that, she's going to rule that it wasn't open, right? She's going to say, but if the defense so much as hiccuped in the, wrong direction, she'd say the door was open, right? So, yeah. It's not an equal standard that she's applying. It's, and I mean, go back and watch my earlier coverage of Judge Canone, through the first trial. And I mean, I was super fair, I think. I am past the point where I think she's, I am past the point where I think her conduct is acceptable. So, yeah.
Ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort, just the amount of work.
So everything is a team effort. Yuri didn't work Birchmore, but it doesn't matter because if it's the prosecution, right? It's the Commonwealth. So if Yuri was if Yuri said something like, say, take for example the Sandra Birchmore case, and we, our officers did excellent work on that. If he said something like that, then he could open the door generally, right? The opening the door thing is not a protection for the witnesses. It's a question of what happens in the trial. It's not that, for the witnesses. So anyway, he's going on about team, and we're going to see why this whole team argument is coming in. This team thing is part of a theme that they've clearly decided to run on this one.
That goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect. All those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes, typically we partner up with the local police detectives. And when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And there's a reason behind it. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
All right, let's go back, and I'm going to dial it down to 1 speed because this is the moment I went, holy shit. I went, holy shit, right here.
So
You have other resources.
So this is where I went, oh my God, they're fridging, they're fridging Proctor. You know, I was going, wait, they're not calling him. This is when I tweeted, like, it looks like they're not going to call Proctor. Look at this.
You would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes, typically we partner up with the local police detectives, and when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
So what you see here is they're saying, they're going to say Trooper Proctor is no longer available to be a resource in the future. And I mean, you know, what a resource they could bring in, right? What a resource. You know, the guy who, you know, the guy who was blowing the whole case, right? They're absolutely trying to pretend that the reason why they might not call Proctor is because he's not available. The thing is that Trooper Proctor is alive, like he didn't die. It's not like he was hit by a bus or anything like that. He's still around. And so they can subpoena him, right? They can bring him in. Unavailable to testify, usually, like, unavailable to testify is something that the court actually deals with and applies to situations where the person is actually unavailable. And so let's look at some examples that are actually unavailable. The guy could be dead. The guy could be missing. Like, we don't know where the guy is. Like, he's just gone. The guy could, you know, it could be that he's held in a foreign prison. It could be that he's, you know, maybe he had a stroke. He's in the hospital. He can't talk. You know, he can't, you know, any of those things, right? Any of those things might make him unavailable. But being fired doesn't make him unavailable, because they can just subpoena him, right? They can just bring him in. And so this suggestion that he's unavailable is completely ridiculous. Ridiculous, right? So, I mean, he should be under subpoena. He was on the witness list. So,
Is it a common practice that when there is an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper and could be approached, and a small brief interview could happen. Or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up and willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes, before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
So Michael Proctor, his role is now assigned to be on call. That's all we've got, right? Is that he was assigned to be on call. I can't fix the audio sync. That's something else. So
There's a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position.
Yes, every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
Oh, okay. So what the jury has just been told is that Michael Proctor is the on-call guy and Yuri is the supervisor. So that sounds like Yuri's in charge, right? That sounds like Yuri is the leader, right? Now, let's talk a little bit about ethical obligations. Let's talk a little bit about like ethical obligations of defense versus prosecution. Because defense, you can't suborn perjury. You can't actively mislead. You can't whatever. But defense has a bit more latitude because the defense is defending their client, right? The defense is there, whereas the prosecution is supposed to be like the seekers of truth. Brennan is running this like a defense case, and he's willing to punch below the belt. When he's going to spin this guy as the lead when he's not the lead, nope.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in the snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50.
Okay, we're going to skip ahead a little bit. Just a little bit.
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center, basically, to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we were...
These guys are so helpless. It's like they get a little bit of snow and suddenly they're all like baby ducks. You know, it's like, have you guys first time? Okay.
Arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital, and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
When you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes.
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
Yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the Crime Scene Services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as a subject.
He's like, there's no, there's no, whatever. And he's like, I took that to my training and experience. And the defense is like, objection, your training and experience is as a potato. You do not get to testify as to medical things as a potato, right? That is not your role. You do not get to, like, this guy is not a doctor. If he asks to, if he asks to, if he has to touch you, it's not okay. He's not a doctor.
Not doing any medical observations, but just you as warrant.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut, laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you?
So you said there were no abrasions, but now you're saying that he's got a tiny cut to. Okay, all right. He's like, yep, he's fine, except for the tiny cut and the other one.
Yes.
Specifically?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm.
Which is actually really common in like a dog bite, that they'd be on one side of the thing. Yeah.
There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand.
Oh, a bruise on the back of the hand. How do people get a bruise on the back of the hand? What's a very common way to get bruises there? Yeah, that's like a boxing injury. That's a fighting injury. Like, that's a very, very common fighting injury.
It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cut scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
Didn't Colin Albert have scuffed knuckles? Yes. But the defense isn't going to get to tell the jury that. The defense has been told that they cannot tell the jury about Colin Albert's scuffed knuckles. So, yeah.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes, what happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with
Do not taste it. Do not taste the scene.
certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the
No, do not. Okay.
reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check, that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries, and I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes.
What's that?
Knocked out of your shoes?
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not, no. But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
The other thing that can cause you to get removed from your shoes is if you're, say, dragged. Dragging would also cause, or could cause loss of shoes. So, yeah.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
System.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe, yourself, and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his girl.
Who'd you go see?
The defendant, Your Honor.
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Did you know where Ms. Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dighton.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes, with the missing shoe, her stating that, did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of.
Wait, what? What? What do they mean that, what is it? what do they mean their cruisers can't handle the snow? Like, how can their cruisers have problems in, like, do they not have a single snow tire in all of Canton? All right. I can tell you what the police cruisers do here in Alberta in the snow, where they're, when the snow can be like a foot deep, they just drive. Yeah, and I see somebody saying 99% sure no studded tires. I have never driven a vehicle with studded tires in my life. At all. Ever. And I mean, I drive in snow worse than the stuff they're driving in my Honda Civic. With snow tires, yes, but not studded tires, no chains, no anything like that. I'm just driving in, Honda Civic, two-wheel drive. So, yeah, we have 16 minutes left on the goal, and we have less than half the time left on the goal, and we're less than halfway. I am going to remind people, I don't run ads during these things because I prefer to keep them super chat supported because, just to avoid the ad experience. But so do hit the like button, subscribe, all the buttons. Okay.
The area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dighton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dighton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got
That objection was hearsay. You can't say what Jen McCabe was saying.
to Dighton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right taillight. Based on the information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me
be.
stop you there. I just want to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations with somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear taillight?
Yes,
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
we were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dighton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dighton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dighton.
On the way down, we contacted Dighton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle. And we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniformed presence.
Police departments usually let each other know when they're operating in the other, area. And the reason why they do this is just makes sense, right? Because let's say you see a police car on the road and you report in, you're like, hey, who's this other car? And they're like, we have no idea who this is. And then, then you could end up with conflict. They tip each other off, right? Especially if they've got any sort of activity going or whatever else. So all of that makes sense.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably it's the length of the driveway based on my memory now, it probably estimated to be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow, so it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next?
I did get in touch with Pixie. There's not a whole lot I can do, but yes, she's working on that. Did I see Laura Owens was indicted? Yes, we covered that. We covered the indictment on a previous stream. So
Steps.
We waited for Dayton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael.
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and a defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did.
okay, so at this point, they're in the middle of a investigation into the death of a police officer, and they say that they are investigating a possible vehicle strike, right? That is their story on this one, right? We're investigating a possible vehicle strike. And it's a dead police officer. And so they roll up and they see damage to the vehicle. They see a broken taillight. And they decide not to take any pictures, not to take any notes, to just go like, do you believe that in the slightest? Like, it's just like, oh, right. Hey, look, critical evidence of the theory of our case. Meh. Meh. Now, I just want you to observe any time a police officer is doing anything. Like if a police officer's on duty and he's taken a number 2, he's sitting there with his notebook documenting. Why? Because police officers document everything in their notebooks. And quite frankly, if it's not in the notebooks, it didn't happen. Like, this is so implausible here, where they're like, yeah, we just didn't, take a picture. We didn't write it down. We didn't anything. And we hit the goal. So, I got something in the mail today. I already pulled it out of the box, like the cardboard box. But the package within the cardboard box is this. Oh wait, maybe I should show you the other side. The other side is a little more illuminating, where it's got the Gundy's package on it. Maybe that's a little more, maybe that's a bigger tip as to what's inside. So inside we have some foam. I figure the foam is probably not super important. And then we have Runkle of the Bailey, most entertaining content creator. It's also got some Gundy's patches. That is pretty cool. And some stickers. Palmetto State Armory. Forge Relations. I'm not sure who that is. I think that's also maybe Forge. Yeah, that's also Forge Relations. And what's this? Oh. So it says, please accept this 1-ounce Silver Eagle. Is there a Silver Eagle in here? No. As a token of our appreciation, please accept this 1 ounce silver American Eagle. Not found in package. Silver American Eagle. I appear to have been ripped off to the tune of 1 silver American Eagle, or maybe it's in the box. I gotta go back to the cardboard and see if somebody. I gotta see if somebody looted this thing. But this can go there. Yeah, I got the cardboard here. I got paper. I got... Huh. Nope. Nope. And yeah, there's no sign on the box. If it was opened by customs, it would have had a sign on it saying it was opened by customs. There's no indication that it was opened by customs. So they just sent a note saying, we have sent you a silver American Eagle. And, I mean, unless it's like stuck to the bottom. Nope. Maybe I'll have to email them and be like, so, guys, that was a choice. It isn't taped to the back of anything. No, doesn't seem to be. It's just not here. Check the blue tissue paper. The blue tissue paper is, I mean, it's foam, right? It's not tissue paper. It's like, it's foam. There's nothing to it. So, no, it's just not there. Nothing. I may have to send them a message going, hey, what happened there? So it is what it is. All right. Well, I'll send them an email later and just be like, so did you mean to do that? So look on the underside of the ammo box. I mean, they're not going to play like hide and seek with this because they're actually trying to send you a thing, right? So, no, it's just not here. There's just no way around it. It's just not here. So, I wasn't expecting anything, so I'm not like put out because I was not expecting anything. But it's just kind of weird that they're sending me a note saying, "Hey, we sent you a silver coin," and then they didn't. So, anyway, that's odd. But the trophy, I appreciate the trophy. So the trophy is now right there. The Runkle of the Bailey most entertaining. What is it? Yes, I checked the first piece of foam that has a second piece of foam attached to it. I checked everything. It's just not here. So we will we'll see. So they might have just decided, hey, we got to send this to Canada, so we're not anything. So all right. And I'm going to roll this. Creek, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Mispronounced name says kiss the statue. I don't know where the statue's been. Sure, why not? There we go. Was it Margaret Carmichael says first time doing a goal super chat. Really enjoy your show. Thank you so much. Jerf, here's $5 so I can peer into Runkle's box. That is vaguely creepy. Thank you. Joycey, thank you so much. Cat's Pajamas, thanks for not running the ads during the live stream. I tried it. I found it to be disruptive. People didn't like it. And I mean, I make less money, but I think it's a better show. So for the goal, I don't like ads either. Thank you. More packages. Trooper B was smug until the shoes snafu. Yep. Creek says, been a minute since I caught a live. Hope everyone is well. For the goal, I don't like ads either. I think I may have accidentally closed one of the wrong super chats. It is what it is. If I missed one, sorry. Lady Draconis, here's me making good on my word of sharing the well. To the goal. Thank you so much. Sarah Banana or Sarita Banana, thank you so much for the membership. Misread that initially. Mispronounced name. Absolutely nothing interesting happened today. Oh, you were wrong. How about a chilled gaming stream? You've heard about from one witness. That's all you need, right? Today is momentous because they got some crazy stuff there. So yeah. Brentwood Chic, what's in the box? We covered what's in the box. Dick Starro, what's in the box? Sergeant Bukaki's tainted evidence. Look at me. You're probably wondering how I got here. Cielo says, let's unbox. It's a box in a box. Yes, Tough Cookie. I appreciate these recaps. This one might be more rewatch than recap because there's just so much to talk about. Brennan or Carrie M, who did prosecution's defense more? Brennan, 100%. Lisa Parker, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. 46 pieces of tail light. Do you think BC can issue or Bev Canoni can issue a curative statement regarding the first trial to prevent jury speculation? She's going to have to address it. That'll probably be in the final jury instructions. Sergeant Bukaki's tainted evidence, not a DR, but a promising career as a proctologist. Anon Mouse, or if you're in the habit of taking your shoes off when you go inside. Then you might have untied shoes. Mostly harmless fuzzball. With as much as MSP pays people like Trooper Paul, there's no budget for snow-capable cruisers. Brentwood Cheek, need more teal chats to see what's in the box. Valentina Wolf, thank you. Cat's Pajamas for the goal, thank you. Jennifer the Dog Lover for the goal. Cat W says, thank you for all the coverage. Can defense call Proctor? Yes. And defense, if prosecution doesn't call him, they will. Theoretically, they can have him declared hostile, but that's up to Judge Bev as to whether she thinks he's hostile. She should, but we'll see. Takasu, thank you for the recaps. This was a great day to watch. This one is a crazy day. So yeah. All right. Let's dive right back in here.
What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged and missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So,
did you see where Michael Proctor went?
Yes.
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
Within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When we went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Ms. Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out, describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Ms. Reed. Before I do, Your Honor.
Once again, a team approach. Everything's a team, right? Everything is a team. Nothing is, yeah. Nobody's, but nobody's like in charge here. It's just everything's a team. Everybody's disposable. So, yeah.
May I approach briefly?
Okay.
All right. Now they're in sidebar, which continues for a little bit here.
I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter.
Oh, they're coming back here.
All right, so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me to
on
give
asking for
a
one.
humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless, from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to.
Okay, so what this means is that not all statements you make to police officers are necessarily going to be admitted. If a police officer gets a statement out of you by beating you with a rubber hose, then that's not admissible. So he's just, I don't think it's going to matter, but they present it there.
Begin from when you were in the living room. You're beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After the C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an?
It sure would be good to document this this interaction somehow. Sure would be good to somehow record this, with a video and so forth.
Answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me it seemed kind of strange. But
without the commentary. After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow it.
What is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seize them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. the process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood.
Wouldn't it have made sense to apply for the warrant ahead of time? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. So
Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No.
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was
Hey,
moved
Kurt.
during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Okay.
all right, so there's going to be some issues here because they're leading up to what I think was the biggest pivotal moment for the Commonwealth today. And the Commonwealth actually does land what I think is a big punch here. We'll see if it actually stays. Like, the jury's going to decide what they think at the end of the day. But, I thought this was actually a big problem for all of this. Oh, Atheist Ant, in memory of the law racks, this case would have driven him nuts. I kind of imagine he's sitting up in the sky, like glass of scotch, going, "The f- is this?"
Where was Mr. Proctor?
In my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview? You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton Police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated Sally Port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed.
Here's the thing. If you're waiting for the warrant, why would you take the vehicle that is covered with snow and, they're saying it's covered in snow? Why would you put it in a heated facility instead of a cold facility to keep it exactly as it is when you seize it? Because, there could be evidence in there, right? Now, I just want you to think about this. Like, if you want to preserve something that's frozen, do you keep it frozen or do you put it in the microwave? Right?
With a shell of snow covering the exterior of it, so it would melt away in the heated sally port.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we'd have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be crime scene services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also service the crime scene services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or sally port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dighton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated sally port garage area?
We arrived at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate putting
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did.
So you can see all the hints that Proctor is going to get, because he says, I want to hear what you were doing and what you saw Proctor doing. And if they're planning on calling Proctor, why would they ask him to testify as to what Proctor's doing? Why wouldn't Proctor be here to testify as to what Proctor's doing? Right? I mean, the jury at this point is thinking like, oh, right. Maybe Proctor's dead. Maybe Proctor. Now, I saw people comparing this guy to Popeye, and he doesn't really look like Popeye to me, because Popeye is like all chin, and this guy is like flat. This guy to me looks like a potato, and I don't normally mock the appearance of witnesses, but this guy deserves it because he's also a lying sack of crap. So this guy to me looks like a potato.
Saw? What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
With any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that sally port area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the sally port?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear the car of the snow?
No.
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
No, he did not.
Objection.
No, he did not. Okay, because they're gonna have him on video. Okay.
I'll sustain it. I'll strike that. Ask me a different one, Mr.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the sally port area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the sally port area for, do you know?
We remained in the Sally Port area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on
Okay,
the
that's
rest of
enough.
my memory.
After you left the sally port area,
I mean, baked potatoes are wonderful because they don't lie to you. So, yeah.
where did you go?
We left the Sally. I apologize.
Go ahead. If you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please.
I left the Sally Port area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
You went into
I mean, right now I'm sitting here with places where I slashed myself, trying to shave. So I get it.
a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team Is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department, or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat. And at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes. A heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the CERT team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the CERT team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
So do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Can you take a look at the following pages? And what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
During this document evidence? No, just not.
They're going to get to it. Now, I mean, this document is interesting. I suspect that there's no objection just because they probably agreed on this one. But like, technically that is hearsay, right? The is like, I've got unless it's covered by an exception, because it is a government document. A lot of government documents may be covered by statutory exemptions and so forth. But yeah, I'm just like, they probably just didn't want to call somebody from the DMV to testify to it. So yeah.
As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to January 29th, 2022, at the hospital, you obtained some
if she's
items.
acquitted, she'd
Yes,
get
sir.
it back.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
In theory, the judge could toss the person who's coughing out, but probably not. There's not a lot of space in that courtroom, and so just about everybody who's there is kind of somebody who's important. So I don't think the judge is about to toss anybody for coughing, but it is. It sounds rough. It sounds rough.
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothes.
Oh, and if it's a juror, they're just going to keep them. There's no way. If this was not this case, if this was not like this particular case, they might, in some cases, they might ditch a They might ditch a juror just and be like, okay, but this one they're not going to ditch a juror for anything short of like the juror being like literally dead. So yeah, they're not going to go to an alternate here. It's yeah.
Clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated, and then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the
They remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton district attorney's office to bring it in.
Now, can I just say this guy's at 1.5 and we're going to take him to 1.75? Because when you put him at 1 speed, he actually sounds like he... So I had stuff this morning, right? So I couldn't start listening to this live right away. And so I was catching up. And so when I'm catching up, I often put it to like 2 speed or something like that. And so the most jarring thing is that he was at 1.75 and he sounded like a normal person. And then finally it catches up. And then once it catches up, it goes to 1 speed. And I went, oh man, this guy sounds like he's molasses, right? He sounds like he is, he sounds like he's an ant where it's going to take him 6 years to get through his name. So, yeah.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the district attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January, 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the district attorney's office in the state police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the district attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did?
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes.
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing items one by one?
Oh, Proctor just happens to be there helping him. He's not doing anything. Proctor is just floating behind this guy. He just is happens to be there like Bukhenik's hemorrhoid or something, but not actively a participant in anything. It's always just he was there.
One separately.
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes, sir.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again?
Somebody says, I can't process what they're saying at that speed. Okay, we'll take it back down to 1.5 if people are getting lost. I find his speech to be just kind of normal at that speed.
See those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Bukhenik?
Yes, I do.
Oh, look, gloves that aren't from his pocket. Great. Goal. I don't think we're there yet, but I think that's the best I could do.
I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
Yes. Go ahead.
All right, now if you're wondering why his pants were cut open, I'm sure that was as part of life-saving measures, because they'll do that. Lori Wheeler, I'm hoping to try to get a bunch of them sent out this weekend. I also have to get up to the land to try to plant some trees, but I'm hoping to do that right away.
Thank you.
Now this I thought was a little more interesting. The back pocket that we see, right? We see the back pocket here, and it's ripped or cut. And I'm going, huh. Because I get why you'd cut the pants off to get them off, right? But what about the back pocket, right? Why is the back pocket why is it cut or ripped or whatever else? When did that happen? Now I see some people saying it wasn't ripped in trial 1. That's interesting, because if it wasn't ripped in trial 1, then the evidence has been tampered with, and that's a major problem if the evidence has been tampered with between the two trials. But I mean, assuming that's not the case, assuming that this was like that, yeah. I see people saying it was pinned. I mean, if it was like this before, I still want to know, how did that happen? Because getting hit by a car doesn't rip your back pocket, right? I don't know. I got some curious issues on this one.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Grass stains look pretty significant to me. Drag. Yeah, that's a good question.
Did you learn during your conversations with the CERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker? One?
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor,
All right, the internet went wild with controversy over this one. Let's talk about this here.
this item into evidence.
No objection.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury? Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. This is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Could I have that?
So Brennan was like, please show us the sneaker from the hospital. And he pulls out this sneaker. I also just want to say, this sneaker looks really good. Like, really good. Chat, I'm just going to pause for 1 second. I'm just going to pause for just 1 second. I got to go get something. It's important. I'll be right back. But I got to get something. It's important. Okay, I am back. We're going to embiggen. I had to get something important. We're going to need the comparison shot here. So, this is my sneaker. I'm just gonna say, that sneaker looks real new. So, real new. So, this is supposedly the sneaker that was like, buried under the snow and whatever else. I'm like, huh, okay. That thing looks like it just came out of a box. Now, I'm not saying that it was or whatever else, but that thing looks like it just came out of a box. And that white stuff on the side, like the sidewalls of the sneaker, it gets dirty real fast, right? It just does, and it doesn't really clean. How? This, okay. Was this shoe supposed to be brand new? Like brand new? Like never worn before? All right.
What is it?
Wasn't the like I don't have the pictures on hand, but like this is the thing that we saw like buried in snow, right? This was the thing that we saw buried in snow. Yeah, sneakerheads baby their shoes. They keep them mint. It has a whole industry. But they don't usually wear them. Like, I don't think they wear them to parties especially not parties where you're walking through the biggest blizzard ever. Yeah. Runkle wears Under Armours. Runkle buys whatever shoes are cheap. What is it? No, this is the hospital shoe. I thought he said that it was the.
That was at the Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, so this is the sneaker from 34 Fair.
That's not the hospital shoe. That's the one that was buried in the snow. And that's the one that was buried in the snow and left there for however long. They say they mislabeled the bag. No, God, I hope not. He says this is the 34 Fairview one. So they say it is the hospital shoe in the wrong bag. Okay, then what the fuck is going on? If their evidence handling is such that they can't keep one shoe from the other, that's a problem.
Can I have that marked? What is that, a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from 34 Fairview Road, Kansas.
Yes, Your Honor. Sure.
So this is the right sneaker from 34 Fairview Road. Okay, we're getting into some real problems here.
You could put the sneaker back in bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
All right, I know where this sidebar is going. All right, we're going to refresh this so I can get my previews back because I need previews. It's not previewing when I do the preview thing. All right. Let's get back to, here we go.
You are unmuted.
Okay, the jury's coming over, but did you want to give me those text messages or no? I don't need to have them.
No, I had walked downstairs. I thought you had it. I won't.
Whoops, I missed a piece.
Juries will take our morning recess because we don't need to watch us over there. So we'll take a half an hour just to make sure that everybody has a break and is able to move forward smoothly. These things happen when we have a lot of evidence in court. So we will see you at 11:30.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebook, follow me.
All right, so all that was we're going to take a longer break. Okay.
Okay, the jury's coming over, but did you want to give me those text messages or no? I don't need to have them.
No, I had walked downstairs. I thought you had it. I won't.
All right, thank you.
All right. After this, we'll jump ahead a bit.
Sir, when we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Yes, prosecution introduces the bad texts.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Not all of them, just a couple of them.
Trooper Bukhenik, there are two more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Bukhenik, there are two more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those two of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you?
So this is interesting here. This is interesting.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Of course.
Exhibit 87.
So they put the shirt in plexiglass. Now, I was wondering, like, why put the shirt in plexiglass? Because it's really not a big deal for it to be, like, this shirt is really not a big deal. I saw some people speculating that was blood on it. I think that's probably actually mud, just based on the pattern of it. Like, based on the patterning of this, I suspect it's actually mud, not blood. But yeah.
Exhibit 87.
Now, I saw an interesting theory. I saw some people commenting that the shirt was previously bagged on with Proctor's signature on it. And so, it's like, did they move this into plexiglass to take Proctor's signature off? I don't know. Ground was frozen solid, not mud. I mean, he got grass stains. He got grass stains. So how's it mud with a sweatshirt on it? I'm not sure what it is.
And Trooper Bukhenik, is there a
Blood
last
and
piece
vomit,
of item
maybe.
of O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
The court's permission.
Yes.
Like, are they going to mount these to a wall later? Like, this is weird. This is strange.
Could you show the backside, please? May I approach?
Yes. Thank you. Next exhibit, please, Madam.
Exhibit 88.
Thank you.
No, that's you today. Procedure.
I'm sorry?
Maybe approach reader.
Oh, okay.
It's very strange.
Recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes, jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for this case. So we do appreciate your patience. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Trooper Bukhenik.
I don't know why she's apologizing to the jury for a sidebar. Like, especially given that the defense has asked for one, she's like, this might seem like a waste of time to you. I'm like, don't tell the jury that the thing... Yeah.
You shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you call it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item, being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple of days?
The weather did take a turn.
So if the defense calls Proctor, how do they go about deeming him a hostile witness? Is it even possible? Yes. If the defense calls Proctor, what Canone should do is she should say, well, this guy is obviously a hostile witness. Go ahead and cross, right? He's obvious, but most likely what she's going to do is she's going to say that, like, listen, you need to instead establish that he's hostile first. And so, call him up and then, ask him questions, and only until he, you can't start cross-examining him until he shows that he's hostile. What if he pleads the fifth? I don't think he can, because I think he's already testified. So I think that's been waived. Yeah, depending on Massachusetts law, the officer can be treated as a party opponent. I hope, but I suspect the thing is Judge Canone might keep the defense on non-leading questions for a while. So, yeah.
For the warmer temperatures? Yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel?
What kind of gun is my trophy guy holding? He appears to be holding an AR. It looks like an AR with a red dot and a suppressor and a drum mag. So it appears to be all of those things. That trophy is holding a firearm that is prohibited in Canada.
In the same vehicle, or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd,
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan?
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
So Proctor just happens to be there for no reason.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought an e-tool, military style e-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street, or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
Correct.
We were focused on
That objection was leading. Brennan leads the fuck out of his witnesses. Yeah, I'm not a fan of drum mags. They tend to fail to feed a lot.
the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes,
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
we did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow, so we did.
Did you bring a solo cup, sir? Because that's really the important thing. We need to know that you've got your forensic solo cups, that you've got your forensic Stop and Shop bags, that you've got your forensic leaf blower. Come on, what are you? Is this not a police investigation? Also, I said I would show you guys a whiskey here. I've got a whiskey from White Lightning Distillery that I'm going to give a shot. So we're gonna do that. New goal. Whew. What should the new goal be? I got to think of a goal. We'll figure a goal out.
Check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
All right, we're gonna skip past the pieces of plastic. Nobody cares about the plastic. I think this is where we need to be.
So I'm showing you a series of photographs. If you take a look at it, the first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled-up snow.
Third photo?
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag, on the front of the hat, and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo, please.
All right, that wasn't the part I was trying to get to. We're gonna go. There's a couple of other things we need to
Through
cover.
the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these service providers respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I
Kinda
am aware of it.
sweet.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA and they consent.
Did you?
I mean, this is actually fairly common. Why? Because law enforcement officers, when you've been on a scene, sometimes you have to exclude the law enforcement officer from the scene, right? I had a case, and it was an entertaining case, where there was something sharp on the scene, and the accused, my client, had cut himself on the sharp thing. And also, the cop cut himself on the sharp thing because the cop tried to grab the sharp thing and it sliced right through his glove and into his hand. And so the officer, we had some elimination DNA testing because it was like, some of this blood belongs to the cop and some of this blood belongs to the accused. And yeah. What do you mean goal not showing? I see the goal. I see the goal. The goal should be showing. It shows to me. The current goal is Runkle does a healthy and drinks a cup of water. How's the whiskey? The whiskey is it's not as good as the other one I've been drinking. So yeah. Also some bloodborne illness testing. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yes, I did.
Did you review
Sweet.
any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I'm not.
So this is a good one. I like this question. Why isn't his DNA on file? Because when they do DNA testing for exclusion of police officers from a scene, they use that DNA that they pulled. They test it specifically for the for that case, but they don't save it. They don't like put it into the DNA databanks, right? Because the cop is much less likely to consent if they're putting it into the DNA database. Hard to beat those Japanese whiskey. They even give Scotland a run for their money. They do. They absolutely do. Jelaine Ryan, you being live is making my night. I was admitted to the hospital with pneumonia last night, and I've been losing my mind trapped inside. Jelaine, I am really sorry because being in the hospital sucks. Being in the hospital really, really sucks. Have any of you seen Runkle do a healthy before? I actually had a stream where I still had the flu, and I was running a stream, and so all of my goals were like healthy goals. And yeah.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, do you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police.
Kai, I see this. I want everyone's DNA in the database. I don't. Because if everyone's DNA is in the database, then it can be used by governments not just to investigate crimes, but also to investigate not crimes. They could, for instance, use it to, investigate all sorts of things, right? They could use it to determine, like political activity and so forth. I do not approve of this idea at all. I do see it get floated every once in a while. Did you ever actually get a full night's sleep we paid you to do? I did. I did hit the 1 8 hours of sleep night. So yeah. And here's the other thing. It also could be used to potentially plant crimes. Yes. There are techniques to forge DNA. So yeah.
Phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone, tower, voice communications.
Do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and others?
We're just going to slow this right up to 1 speed. He's going to be painful. But this is how they're trying to deal with the text messages from Proctor. Those really toxic, disgusting texts.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working.
Oh, the specific one he's referring to. How do you know what he's referring to? How do you know where he's going with this?
A traffic detail.
When you received that text-to-text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through with verbiage.
He acknowledged the text. He acknowledged it, huh? How did he acknowledge the text? Well, he acknowledged it with the thumbs up sign. So, folks, if you are watching this stream, please acknowledge this stream with the thumbs up button. That's the acknowledge button. Like, what he's trying to say is I never read this thing. I never anything. I just acknowledged it by thumbs upping. Fuck off. Like, acknowledged.
And then during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
So you acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji to indicate that you read it, when you also are testifying that you didn't actually read it. And you're doing all of this on your Apple, watch, which for some reason is connected to your work phone. I'm like, this is so bullshit. And the thing is it's actually, I suspect, I don't have an an Apple Watch, but like, usually it actually requires a fair bit of annoyance to put a like emoji on something, right? This is so, yeah.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes.
And as a result,
Did you remove your like? Did you remove the like? Because
that text chain, was there an investigation?
There was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text?
ooh. It is now time for the world's worst game show, Still a Cop or Not a Cop No More, where the answer is always still a cop.
Chain.
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with the thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that...
Nobody takes this as acknowledged. Like, if I go through my text messages, I have acknowledged 0 texts. And you know why you don't acknowledge a text? Because this isn't 1986. When you read a text, it actually shows that you are reading the text, right? It actually shows that the text has been read. And so you don't need to like go acknowledge. It shows read. Like, it literally shows read. And so this whole like acknowledge thing is complete horseshit because it shows when you read it. And yeah. Okay.
Came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes.
And the other, was it regarding...
Only if you have it set to red. Then why would you be sending acknowledgments if you didn't want anyone to know it was red? He's like, I sent an acknowledgement to show that I read it when I hadn't actually read it. It's like, okay, what are you doing? Yeah.
A routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second,
Can I just ask you the answer I want you to give? And then you say yes, because I've fed you the answer by leading you so blatantly. And then he's like, I'll rephrase. It's like, why does it matter? You've already led the hell out of it.
sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
That's correct.
Sustained is to full.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Objection.
Sustained is to full.
Stop leading. Just ask him, what was the finding? Was there a second finding? Yes. What was the finding? It was this.
What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
You said quarterly. How often do you do that? And he's like, quarterly.
No,
Was there punishment in light of those two sustained findings against you?
there was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Do you presently work in the homicide division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's?
Can we just talk about police punishments for a second? Can we just talk a little bit about how police get punished? Because I lost 5 vacation days sounds like nothing at all. Like 5 vacation days, it sounds like an absolute slap on the wrist, which it is. But you know how difficult it is to get a police officer to get any punishment whatsoever? Real hard. So at the same time, it's a slap on the wrist, but it's a slap on the wrist that also says this was super serious. Because normally the punishment is like, we frowned at them sternly when they were not in the room. Yeah. Oh, yes. The other thing is that often while they're pending an investigation, they get put on paid suspension. And paid suspension is basically vacation time. So, yeah.
Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
I don't believe this for a second. But he's just like, I didn't respond, so you can't prove I looked at it. So,
Your
yeah.
Honor?
Yes.
I don't believe this for a second. I think he's lying. Straight up. The biggest punishment this guy is getting from all of this is not the 5 vacation days. The biggest punishment is that everybody has gotten this guy a new nickname after the first trial, and that people will be calling him Bukhenik for the rest of his life. So that is really the biggest punishment he will have been getting out of this.
May I stand here?
Sure.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Hey, can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir?
Oh, do you not know? You went through an entire. You got 5 vacation days suspended. You don't know who sent these? Oh, nobody sent them. No, like, you don't remember this? Really? Really?
Yes.
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. If you've made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments,
No, if you make any of them in here, I should read them. Will you point out if you?
absolutely, yes.
Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, can you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over because I should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, "Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone."
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happened.
Oh, some mysterious person. Yeah.
And it says no nudes so far. Again, this I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, "I hate that man. I truly hate him."
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who was writing these?
Yes, I believe that is.
Next, please.
That was also leading. Do you believe that this was Michael? Like, do you have any belief that this was Michael Proctor who sent these? Also leading. And the defense is like, I ain't objecting to that because I totally want this to, yeah.
There's a blank page, and that's the end. Yes, sir.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
Did you get to look at the Ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, or we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know.
No, they don't always trust. We always trust. Bullshit, you always trust. Yeah, no.
So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review Ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is Exhibit 6.
Okay.
So you see, he just goes through 3 of those text messages and then is like, we're going to do this. Now, I just want to stop at this frame. We're stopping at this little frame here. And I want you to just observe Alessi's face. Because Alessi is like, can you believe this bullshit? Can you believe the fuckery in this case? He's like, wow. Also, I think that's a remarkable, and I want one. I want one.
Thank you. When you review,
I won't use it enough to justify it. I want it because it would be an awesome toy, but I want one. Yeah.
Ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022. Did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the
Let's go to half speed for that.
on the 28th.
Yes, I know Emily has one, but I don't think she'll let me borrow it. I don't think he's actually mining for nose goblins on the stand. I think he is just itching it, but you got to remember you're on the stand. You gotta stay away from the nose. I have the same, like when you're sitting there and you want to itch, you got to do like make sure to, whole hand itch, not partial hand itch. Yeah, only 1,200 Canadian on Amazon. It's gonna be a while before I get one of those, like slim to never.
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I could have video 119.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Are they showing her driving over the grass?
Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over there. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2000.
He says there's a noise coming from that bag over there, and he gestures vaguely in the direction of the jury. And I'm like, is a juror eating chips or is he insulting a juror?
22, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Video 145, please. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. There's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please? Thank you. In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39 on the evening of January 29, 2022?
There was no ring video for that time frame.
Did you look for ring video around 5:07:58 that morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please? Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Is there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
We have exhibit or video 159, please.
So
Thank
he's
you.
getting to one
Did you later see
critical
video 10:36:28?
point.
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1-minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please?
Clearing snow. You know they're not good at snow. You know how you know they're not good at snow? Because she's clearing the snow with her hands. I always have like a scraper in the car.
Thank you. Did you look at video from 12:40?
Yes, I did.
We have video 171. And 175.
We're going to get to cross right after this. Right after this bit.
Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video. No.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see after the snow melted what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sallyport, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video?
Yes.
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
This is what they're trying to get to, right? This is what they're
If we
trying
could
to
go
show.
back to video 153 from Exhibit 6. If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2001?
Yes, it is.
You see the bump?
You stop, please. Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
So what they're saying is that that it's like shattered at this point, and I'm going, I don't actually know that that's the case because this is really crappy video at a really weird angle. It might be broken, and certainly some of the jurors are likely to think so. Yes, we were watching this sped up. We'll take it to normal speed.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second.
Oh, look! That one frame that they had us at shows that it's white. You see this? There it looks. And then...
For a second, please. Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second.
We're just going to actually take this down to way slow. We're going to take it to half speed. Look at that! Did you see that?
Just stop in a
It's
second.
bright white here. And then, it just changed to red. It just changed red.
Stop
White
in a second.
to red. I mean, I haven't seen something go from white to red like that since one of Jackson's cross-examinations. Yeah. That said, I'm sure there are jurors who saw that and have decided that this is, that this is determinative. And I'm like, oh shit.
Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
I see a lot of
Display
red.
The vehicle leaving the driveway, please.
You know what I think that is? You see that white there? You know what I see this is? It looks to me like that's a reflection of a house light. That there's a light on the house, and that. So let's take this down to half speed again, because you're going to see another little miracle.
Play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please.
Oh man, Brennan. And it's back to red. Huh. Interesting. And then even when the brake light is on, it's back to red.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
They picked some very specific stop points. And I'm like, if you pick some different stop points, this whole thing looks very different. But the jury doesn't see those different stop points. And so, yeah. Yep. I'm sure there's at least one juror who's decided that it was broken at that point, because they have not yet, because we haven't gotten across. Well, we haven't gotten all of the whole thing there. And that is wild. Until Runkle reran the video, I might have made the same misjudgment as no doubt the jury has done. Here's why I reran the video. I was watching this at the time, and I was like, my first thought when I saw that was, holy shit, how did they miss this on the first trial? This is huge. I can see, I think the defense might be fucked. And I went, huh. And then I went and rewatched it, and I went, oh, that looks like it's a visual artifact or a reflection or something. And I'm going, huh. I think it's a reflection of a light on the house. And I'm just like, oh, shit. It doesn't match the thing that we see where it's like blown out. It just doesn't match. So it looks to me like there's just a reflection off the house. And I really hope Karen Reed isn't convicted off a reflection off the house. Cause yeah. All right, let's we're gonna skip the rest of him, and we're gonna go to not lunch break. We're gonna go to cross-examination. We're gonna go to cross-examination because now normally cross-examination is just, it means like examination the other way around. But this one actually is cross-examination because it is everybody is very upset. It's cross-examination because of because there's some reasons to be pissed off. Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take us to 1054. And before we begin, Trooper Bukhenik, is this a different location than all the video we've seen before?
Oh, wait.
Yes, this is the Waterfall Bar Grill surveillance footage from inside the lounge area. And for reference purposes, this is at this location, the time.
Okay, we're not cross yet in this because he's still being annoying. We're going to move over. Now we're at cross.
Meadows Ave.
We're not going to go through like the, all of that. We're going to go directly to this. I need a beverage. I did not bring a beverage. We're going to set a goal so that I can get a beverage and oh, I have to get water. We hit the water goal, didn't we? I guess the beverage I have to drink is water. That's gonna hurt me. I also set a goal for puppies getting nuggets, so we're doing that.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
I had some chicken nuggets. I had some chicken nuggets. All right. I guess I better. I guess I better go and what do you call it? Grab that water. Be right back. Okay, we are back. And we're even more back once I've got headphones in so I can actually, do all the things. But I did promise that I would drink a glass of water. It's one of the default StreamYard songs. Can you guys see water? I don't want to spill it. Confirming that it's water. There we go.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Good afternoon, sir.
This is the stuff that fish do things in.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case. In this
No, I filled it from the snow. Kidding.
investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case was concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case
Now we're going to get to the funniest thing, which is he doesn't want to admit that there's anybody who's a leader. He's like, everyone is equal. We are communist. Everyone is equal.
as a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, sort of typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff, where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of the team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person.
And there has to be some sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Some teams might have equal rank. Did this team have equal rank? No.
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team has a leader.
Did the team in this
What about this one? Like, he is just so wanting to avoid it.
case, in this investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent. Not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer is, or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision. Your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
It is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
fair enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
we take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence, we follow the statements made, provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or suspects provide statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe.
He's like, we don't do good investigations here, so that question, I don't know what that means.
You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? The right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B.
Is one of those tough decisions like deciding whether to refer to the accused by terms like the C word and, leaky balloon knot? Is that a tough decision you got to make?
And those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the most.
Let's try it again.
Explanation.
Okay, you done?
I am.
Okay, let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
Oh, that's not true. You know that's not true, you liar. Okay.
That includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
if you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure. If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Is that right?
Yes, that is one possibility.
Okay, let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory.
Okay, Jackson is being a little weaselly there because obviously he's talking about this case, right? Obviously, that is something he's talking about, but he's like, everybody's got bias, but I don't think it affected this case. It's like Jackson's like, who was talking about this case? You saying there was bias on this case? I never said that. Jackson's being a little coy here, and Bukhenik will throw it back at him later.
Role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there's a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Especially, you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer, you have to maintain your knowledge and intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that
The integrity is going to be a whole thing. So, yep.
ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
I'm not going to agree with you. Okay, but is it true though? Like, that's the thing. Is it true? So yeah. That's the bigger question there, right?
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So in your mind, well, let me ask you this. He's a case officer, another word for that. Synonym would be an investigator, right? He's a detective, an investigator, right?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, that morning, January 29, 2022. He was assigned to the case, correct?
Michael.
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
Well, you said a lot before that. So
I said he was assigned to the case. What I said before that was January 29, 2022. He was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case, right?
No.
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began.
He was assigned the case as soon as the case came in while he was the on-call. That's how that worked, right? He's the on-call dude. And so any of these cases that come in go to him as the, like, that's how this works.
Much earlier in the day.
Sergeant, we can do this all day, I suppose. He was on call.
He was.
January 20th, correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation? Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity.
Okay, this is where we're going to get, there's going to be a little bit of a boxing match here. And I'm just going to go ahead and say that we are well into this. And this is an excellent question. What do you think the odds are that the jury does not see this as suspiciously evasive? The jury are not dumb. The jury are not stupid. And when the jury sees this guy weaseling and ducking and weaving, this doesn't look like a guy who's being honest, right? This does not look like a guy who's telling the truth. This looks like a guy who is desperately trying to avoid any admission. And yeah. I mean, the jury has to see this. Like,
Integrity by Michael Proctor?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure.
We're going to do this at one speed, just this little interchange.
Investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is.
Yeah, sure is. Listen, I know you look like a potato, but you still have to answer the questions.
Everything I say is a question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant? Okay.
Sustain to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask you again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor? Okay.
I'll allow it.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
So, Sergeant,
You were asked by Michael Proctor, not was the investigation conducted with. You have to answer this question.
Bukhenik, you don't want to answer my question. Correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
What? I mean, that's going to be interesting when they get into all of this. Runkle, would you love being able to do a cross like this? Here's the thing. A cross like this is fun because you get to dunk on the potato. But a cross like this of a police officer is always depressing. I don't really like cross-examinations where you're dunking on somebody where that person should be better than this. Like where you've got a police officer or where you've got a, a complainant in a sex assault or something like that, where it's still sad. And also, this is a whole bunch of like picking, like pulling teeth, right? This is some this is some impromptu dentistry they're having to do here. Oh, I mean, yes, it's fun to make somebody look stupid, but where you're like defeating them with your brain. But like this kind of smug jerkbag is just also kind of depressing.
You do know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer, correct?
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection.
Oh, he managed the case. What's another word for like the person who manages a thing? Might you say that the person is a leader? So, yeah.
To nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you said,
So nobody had a major role because there's too many people for 51%? Oh, okay. All right.
here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something. That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay. You're aware of the search warrants that were drafted, affidavits that were attendant to those search warrants in this case, correct?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted?
Search warrants and affidavits.
In support of the search warrants?
Correct.
Yes, I am.
Right. You're also aware that there was a good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab, things of that nature?
I am aware of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
At this point, he's got to be thinking, may I strike the witness? Turtle Boy said he's shaped like a Tetris piece. Yeah, is this guy majorly full of shit? Like, is he at least 51% shit? I feel like he's at least 51% shit.
Sergeant Bukhenik, I've handed you a binder, and it's tabs just for your convenience, so I don't have to walk back and forth. With court's permission.
Yes.
Can you open tab 1? I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
Yes, it is.
And it's for generally Verizon records for Ms. Reed's cell phone.
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
I mean, if he's a Tetris block, he's not like one of the good Tetris blocks. Also, chat, if you've got the
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2?
if you've got a membership, this is a great place for the weasel emoji.
Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to ruin your presentation here.
Search warrant ending in 13. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
The quality of this photocopy is so poor, I cannot make out exactly what it's for, but there is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me, if that's what you want me to do. I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Let's just look at the affidavit. Can you tell me who the
He's complaining that the photocopy is bad. He's like, this photocopy is bad. I don't know if it's real. I can read the print, but I don't know if it's real. It's like, oh, come on.
affidavit is?
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being intended to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant. Well, they go together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but I'm asking which document you want me to.
The document in total. In other words, it's not a search warrant dealing with a different case. It's dealing with Ms. Reed's case, right?
Again, I cannot say from the search warrant because of the quality of it. The addendum A appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have you ever seen it before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't testify to that.
So this could be a search warrant that you never even saw?
Based on what you're presenting to me, never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're not.
So he's like, I'm going to deny the authenticity of everything. So, yeah. It's, I mean, this kind of thing is just miserable when you've got somebody who's like, I'm not even going to admit shit. It's like, oh my God.
Sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge as you sit here.
I don't know if this is truly Michael Proctor's product.
Think that might be a forgery?
I'm sorry?
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Well, for one, it's not signed. So I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document, the narrative, I don't know who produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court, with a stamp, the timestamp and the stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's what it appears to be. What you've shown me here, I don't know what this is.
Otherwise, looking at that document, seeing the affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's intended to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted. You have no clue.
I can't take you at your word.
I'm not asking you to take me at my word, sir. I'm not testifying. I'm asking you to take the document at its word. You recognize it or not? If you don't, you don't.
I do not know.
Okay, let's turn to tab 3.
He's like, I don't know anything. I don't understand anything. And the jury's got to be going, are you kidding me? I mean, I hope they're going, are you kidding me?
Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Like, this is just bizarre.
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to generally be associated with Ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
It has an email address, an associated MAC address. So yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
I mean, that's one thing that I think people are getting away from watching some of these streams is that they're understanding that police are not always good and truthful.
Again, this is not a signed search warrant. This is just an affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom?
The name at the bottom printed is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4? Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And
Sir, do you have hair? I'm sorry, I cannot see the top of my head. I cannot confirm whether I have hair or not.
does that appear to be for Ring footage also at One Meadows?
Crystal, I'm glad to have you here. You know, so yeah, if you can't afford the super chat or anything like that, don't worry about it. I'm glad to have you here.
Based on the application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows. Yes.
Who's the affiant?
The wonderful thing about sort of super chat funding is that the people who can fund the people who can't, and it all works out. Everybody's happy.
Affiant.
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 5? Does that appear to be a police report?
It does.
And Do you see a reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematics system regarding Ms. Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
There is a reference to it, yes.
Okay. Whose report is that?
It's Trooper Nicholas Garino's report.
And who is referred to on page 2 as seeking search warrant ending in 10?
That search warrant was issued at Stone District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Turn to page, tab 6, if you wouldn't mind. Do you see a search warrant ending in the number 77?
I see the application, yes.
And this deals with Google, some geofence data, correct?
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
Again, this search warrant is not signed, but I would say this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
If you turn to tab 7, please. Does that appear to be a report authored by Nicholas Garino?
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
It's a report written by Nicholas Garino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by a particular trooper?
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
Turn to tab 8.
Oh, I can imagine his dating profile. Height, cannot confirm. Weight, cannot confirm. Any children. I have no proof that I have children. What do you... likes. I refuse to acknowledge.
If you don't mind. Do you see a similar report by Trooper Garino?
Yes.
And
Oh, it's good to see you guys there too.
Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized.
I just wanted to see what Lawyer had to say about this too.
Yes.
And that was seized by Trooper Proctor also, correct?
Yeah, him and I were there together.
His name is in the report, though.
Yes, his name is in the report.
Your name is not in the report, is it?
I'll have to check. Give me a second, please. My initials are in the report.
Turn to tab 9.
Enjoy
Do you see a
Vancouver.
report by you
I do.
indicating early spring 2022? There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
The case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually
We can't call this guy Buick Neck because it implies he's got a neck. I don't see a whole lot of neck here.
in this instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him, correct? At his request.
Yes, as the case officer, I would.
Because as the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered, correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things. Absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for any and all possible evidence.
I'm sure you are. As the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things to be delivered to him,
Yes.
even
Yes.
by his supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
If you wouldn't mind turning to tab 10, please. Do you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning.
I think those got turned off by accident.
It's the same report.
Same report.
Hello, I haven't been to
different
Vancouver
paragraph.
Island in a while.
Also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Canton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. That particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes.
Who was that requested by?
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Turn to tab.
Less skillfully than Jackson is. That's the short answer on this one, is less skillfully than Jackson. So, yeah.
11, please. you see a document referencing the analysis of Canton Town library videos?
I do.
And who is it that's listed as having received and reviewed and analyzed the town library videos?
Give me just 1 second. I have to read the report. It was Trooper Proctor that analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12. Do you recognize that as being a November 2023 report?
Yes, it's report number 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Does that indicate, I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but
So it's like, so you said Michael Proctor's not the lead of shit, that Michael Proctor is just some guy who happened to be tagging along, and yet he's authoring all these reports. He's the author of everything, and yet he's just some guy. Like, come on.
But if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own? Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022.
I mean, he might fidget. I get it. Like, I'm just gonna say, I'm married, but I don't actually wear a wedding ring because I fidget with it all the time. So
Clear plastic on February 11th, 2022.
I'm not actually sure where it is.
Clear and red plastic pieces on February 18th, 2022. Is all that referenced in there?
Those items are documented in this report as were collected. Yes.
And those are all documented having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself. Correct?
Yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab 13. This is an evidence submission form, correct?
I'm sorry, 13.
Tab 13, yes, sir.
Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from
You guys did not need that.
March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And
That's just my face.
who's the person who
I know
submitted
you're not talking
the
about
items that
me.
I'll ask you about?
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
And those items include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally, you see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today. Sergeant Bukhenik, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass, is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
That's who signed the form.
So the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, it was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the Massachusetts State, to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely right.
So we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about witness interviews, right?
We did not talk about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as a case officer was involved in addition to what you and I just talked about, correct?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's 100+ reports in this case that were written. There's a lot of evidence that was collected and processed. So he had a part in the investigation as the case officer managing the tasks. But there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning. All these items that we just talked about, correct?
He is referenced or is his name appears on most of these documents, yes, if not all.
Of the ones that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, correct?
No. Nicholas Garino wrote some of these reports.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look at Nicholas Garino's report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but...
Oh, I don't think you do.
Let's watch that at one speed. I thought that was a pretty telling little. This is a little bit of back and forth, a little bit of fighting,
His report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but...
Oh, I don't think you do.
Look at his reaction too.
Do this to you, but...
Oh, I don't think you do.
Big old grin. Big old fucking grin. He knows exactly what he's doing, right? He knows exactly what he's doing. And, he's laughing because they both know exactly what he's doing, right? They both know what he's up to.
Some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them. So I can't tell you that he was the author. Like what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point. Even as a supervisor, you don't know what.
I see somebody in the chat saying that you can hear the juror laughing. I want to listen for that.
Could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them. So I can't tell you that he was the author. Like what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point. Even as a supervisor, you don't know everything Michael Proctor is doing.
That I don't.
And Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but...
Oh, I don't think you do.
I can't hear the juror laughing,
Could not be authenticated.
I saw some commentary from people in the courtroom on Twitter saying that there was laughter here, but
no,
I can't
these
hear
documents were. I didn't read them, so I can't tell you that he was the author. Like what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point.
I do hear Jackson laugh and I see him laugh, but
it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Got it. Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, right?
I'm sorry?
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing, the evidence that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted, court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, as you, the word you just used.
So if the jury laughed, is it good or bad for Jackson? If the jury is laughing at Bukhenik, then it's very good for Jackson, right? But if they're laughing at, Jackson, then it's very bad for Jackson, right? Who are they laughing at? And here it would be hard to imagine that they're laughing at Jackson. So if they're laughing at that, I think that it's, I think that would be good for Jackson.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did a ton of interviews together, as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100+ reports.
Sir, you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
Would have been nice if that initial report had said something like, Officer John O'Keefe is in the snow, right? Then this guy would have shown up knowing exactly what went down.
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
Matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning, you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when, if it was morning just after 12. I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Trooper Proctor learned, but what you learned. You learned that he was a Boston police officer, correct?
At some point, I learned that he was a Boston police officer, yes.
And on January 29th,
He sounds so frustrated.
did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
On January 29th, 2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question very simply is no, right?
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. No, I'm there, Approach. I don't want that binder to be in this way. At no point on January 29th, 2022, did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either, did he?
No, he did not.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8 or 9 a.m., correct? They're following certain protocols.
Yes, at some point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was greatly injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had an estimated 10% survival rate, we engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the what he'd have in this document that the officer is saying, oh, these don't have the court stamp, is things that were disclosed to him. They'd have the copies that were actually provided by the Commonwealth. And so when this officer is saying, well, it's not a good enough copy, what he's basically saying is there's no way, defense, that you can have a good enough copy. So, yeah.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster. In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
To alleviate any perception, not that one existed, the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert, and Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
Your first documented action in this case was to call the medical examiner's office. First documented action. Not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper.
You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper. It's like, okay, all right, we're getting to some fun here.
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it. I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified of the incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more straightforward if I can. Just get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be, correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of...
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Okay.
This is where it's going to be fun because the judge is finally going to judge is finally going to step in here and be like, answer yourself a question. Can I also just say, earlier today, I was shopping for I'm looking to get a trailer to put on, like my land so that in place of a cabin. And the internet shows me things that it's like, I have no reason to get this. Like the internet just showed me a plane. And I'm like, I have no reason to buy a plane. I don't have a pilot's license. I can't fly this. But but I'm like, oh, that's cool. It's not just Jackson playing with his food. He needs to get this out. He needs to establish that Proctor is the lead investigator.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you contact the medical examiner's office in the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate.
Like a
to what
trailer.
I might have said.
At least your initial investigation during those early morning hours, those critical hours, led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
It's not a compound question. It's not.
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps?
No, like like an RV trailer thing, like a full-on, yeah.
Pound question. I have to answer it separately.
In the house,
Yes.
what steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Funny, because Brennan, who is objecting to everything that is objectionable, didn't object on that. Yurts are actually like twice as much for like way less features. So no, the yurts are a bad idea.
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take to?
It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. So yeah, it is unlike any defense lawyer to ask open-ended questions on a cross-examination, and the reason why he's asking an open-ended question is because he's expecting that he's going to get to dunk on this guy. Any muleys on your property? I haven't seen any yet, but I also haven't set up my cameras yet. I'm going to set up cameras soon. I got 2 cell cameras that I'm going to set up.
At that moment, to determine whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you just described.
We interviewed the homeowner.
Yeah, I got to figure out
and
how to
2
keep that
witnesses
from happening.
that were in that house.
You never went into the house, did you? On January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
Mule deer.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct any search of that house.
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who was coming in and going out of the potential crime scene.
I did not.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, etc., during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
So the answer is you didn't do that, and you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
Crime scene services section, what is that?
It's a unit, specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant Bukhenik. Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Which house? Which house do you think it was that he was talking about, right? Which house? Okay. All right. yeah, I'm just like, Now, somebody was asking, what is a muley? A muley is a mule deer. And I guess because we've mentioned it, I'll pull it up really briefly, just as a random attention deficit aside. We can look at the difference in tails of deer, because that is sort of our key thing here. So this is not my image, but I'm just gonna hide me entirely. There we go. Mule deer to the left because they have mule tail, like mule style tails. White-tailed deer to the right. And you might be saying, why do they call that a white-tailed deer? They call it a white-tailed deer because the instant that deer gets spooked, the instant the white-tailed deer gets spooked, its tail goes right up and it's all white underneath there. So as soon as it gets spooked, that it flashes a big white thing. So mule deer are also great big. They're great big chunky boys. So there's lots of meat on it. And the other thing about mule deer is that you can pull a landowner tag on a mule deer, which you can't with a white-tailed deer. So all right, let's jump back in here.
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found. Did you call CSSS out to the scene to process that house?
I did not contact crime scene services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second, third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton. The fifth,
what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses. Where were those 3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All 3 of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to one, at least one of them, while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Which time, sir?
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th.
I don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no idea.
So if that call was made, she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only 3 people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Other than Miss Reed, and before you got to Miss Reed, because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
I'm talking about in the morning when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed 3 people.
Yes, we did.
3 civilians.
At one point, we interviewed 3 civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and 2 witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, right?
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive, and the other 2. One of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and 2 of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same 2 individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive. Correct?
All 3 of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
Rob, you're welcome to DM me, but don't put it in the chat if you know.
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all 3 people.
Wait, he was dropped off on the lawn? That's weird.
All 3 were either named McCabe or Albert. Those are the 3 people that you had information from, correct?
Which information? We had information from a lot of different sources at that point in time.
I'm talking about the first 3 interviews that you did. The first 3.
The people you were looking, the people, Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. He can't even answer that.
Civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to 3 people at a residence in Canada. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. All 3 were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor.
You're a professional investigator, correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Say yes?
I don't know what many means to you,
No, of
but
course not. How many years of experience do you have?
in homicide,
Correct.
Okay, let's go over this because this is more of him like pulling teeth. Something that should be just a very simple answer. He's just like, nope.
that's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Say yes?
I don't know what many means to you,
No,
but
of course not. How many years of experience do you have?
He's like, of course not. Of course we have to do this, right? You know, you don't know what many means. Okay.
in homicide,
Right.
10 next week.
Okay. Does that sound like many?
I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Right.
I don't answer because I don't know what you think many is. Is 10 years many years? Maybe I should ask Mrs. Runkle. Have we been married for many years? I suspect she'd be like, what the fuck are you asking that for? Right? Anytime you're playing this sort of semantic bullshit game, you are like, this is some lying crap, right? And he thinks he's being clever. He thinks he's winning.
Suspects ever lie to you?
Yes.
Suspects lie to you all the time, don't they?
All the time is not accurate. They lie about.
All the time is not accurate, he says. He's getting so nitpicky.
The time, don't they?
All the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
And if someone
all the
has
time would mean that they're constantly lying about everything.
do you understand the colloquialism all the time?
I do not know the term colloquialism.
That I actually found to be credible. Of all his like evasive answers here, I do actually find it to be incredibly credible that he does not understand the word colloquialism. And let's roll this. I picked good music for that. Shay, thank you so much with the 50 gifted memberships. So a lot more green in the chat thanks to you. So I kind of like to think of the chat as a garden. The more green we've got is the better. Did he use the term before? Interesting. I mean, I could believe he doesn't know the term. So, all right, let's keep going here.
Okay, let's try it a different way. If these 3 individuals were involved in the death of John O'Keefe or knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
But you took these 3 individuals just at their word based on those first 3 interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
This is now 1.5.
Correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely not.
Totally normal for you to conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always try and be assisting. So cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You use the word always. You didn't know what all the time means. But they always try to be assistant.
Well, they're cooperating. It's in the nature.
They always.
It's like you just were nitpicking about this the other way, and now you're saying always. Now you got no problem with it. Yeah.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So always is such a finite, definitive statement. I apologize for using it.
And if an investigator were keeping an open mind, right, open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation, someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might well be a suspect who's lying, correct?
Yes.
That's a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Alessi is always taking notes. He's always like, I believe that Alessi is helping plan future everything. Because look, he's always.
I want to shift gears for a second, Sergeant Bukhenik, and ask you about some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence.
Also, I feel like I should. What do you call it? What is it? I feel like I should. What do you call it? Give the doggos their. I promised the doggos would get some chicken nuggets here, so we'll do that. This seems like a good moment. So 1 second. And I got to make sure this chair doesn't roll out of the or roll into the view. Chair, stay put. Nope, stop moving. Puppies. Puppies. I got treats. I think Mrs. Runkle is home, so they're reluctant. Puppies. Oh, here's one. Here's two. Hey, Potter. Who's a good boy? Yes. He's all right. There you go. Oh, good puppies. Potter's like, I got what I came for. I'm out. They're like, Potter's like, we're good. Peace out. I got a bed, or I got a couch to sleep on. So, how tall is Potter if he stands on his back legs? I have no idea. Taller than I am, I'm sure, but he doesn't. So, all right. Is it me or Potter or I don't know who that's about. Has Zora been de-chunkified? She's losing weight slowly. So, yeah. Also, I did order a Furbo. So the Furbo, hopefully, I'll be able to set up as like a little treat launcher, and then hopefully I'll be able to like make a sound to get the get the dogs to go and like get on camera and then like throw treats at them.
Today, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that evidence at Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
Yes,
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? Was it on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right. Very much.
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph, please.
If you're wondering why he stops in front of Brennan there, he stops in front of Brennan because he is he's showing Brennan what he's about to show to the witness. Like, that's just, whatever. So Andrea says, shit, Runkle, I wish I knew this. We had a Furbo we never used. I could send to you. Let me know if you want a different one or a second one for a different room. I might keep that in mind, but yeah. That's not just basic respect. It's just how you do things. So, yeah. It's just the way to do it. So, does Mrs. Runkle keep up with these cases too? God, no. Mrs. Runkle is like, I got nothing. I got no interest in this. So she's like, nope.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
There is an orange shirt depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered in evidence.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that's being marked. Let me approach very briefly.
All right, where are we going here? We're just gonna jump ahead a little bit. There we go.
Your Honor, with permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Sergeant Bukhenik, this is Exhibit 110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use.
He's like playing around with the laser pointer as he figures that out. So, yep.
May I approach?
Yes. You worked earlier.
This is
I did, yes.
That's a piece. That should work. Just tell me which TV you're going to look at so the jurors understand and can follow.
I'll do the one to my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there on the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
It does appear to be on top of possibly a darker item of clothing, possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here what that is.
Do you believe as you sit here,
And of course, Court TV is focusing on dude in the dark instead of thing on the screen. I love Court TV. I mean, you guys are awesome, but sometimes I get frustrated. So, yeah.
asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe as you sit here that that's the orange shirt?
I'd be
Kate and or the jeans?
Andrea. I'd be down with you sending it to
I
KP.
could probably pick out the pattern.
So,
so from here, it looks like it's a cut fabric, indicating that it most likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could unzoom that for me. One
yeah, those are also his legs, I think.
more question. You see Mr. O'Keefe's left leg and right leg from about the little lower than mid thigh down, correct?
Mid thigh down, I see his legs, yes.
Okay, you see his right knee?
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay, do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you, we can take that down. May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, the laser point? Which one? I think it's this one. They're both the same.
I have one more question on that photo. Sorry about that. Can we display the photo one more time, Ms. Johnson?
I skip every day right now. I gotta go. Start running again. So yeah.
We don't need to turn the lights off. Take a look to the left. Could you zoom in on the chair? Do you see that item sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down. Concerning the two shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those?
Potter is an incredibly handsome dog, like insanely handsome, and he's just like so. And he knows that he is super handsome, and he uses it to get away with things. He is a dog that is full of mischief, but he's so freaking handsome. Yeah.
Shirts? Or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together.
Zora is very
not
cute. But
failing
she does
me,
look
I
a bit like a
believe
coyote.
He picked it up, and I held the bag open. If But I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held it better.
That's fine. The two of you together got them in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large paper bag, the size of like a lawn leaf bag you would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Is it specifically an evidence bag, or was it something that y'all came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay. So it's an official law enforcement type bag. What, a grocery bag?
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay.
He's throwing the grocery bag in there intentionally, right? He's definitely doing that.
Did both shirts go in the same bag?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt and boxer shorts?
Yes.
Okay. You went from...
They really shouldn't have put everything in the same bag, because if you've got blood on one thing and not on the other, now you've got blood on everything. So, yeah.
Good Samaritan, straight to...
I want a beagle because beagles are good rabbit dogs, but I do not have a beagle.
Dighton, correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your the super cab of your pickup truck?
Yes.
And then from Dighton, you went over to Canton PD, is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet. You laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment.
Yes.
Well, did you testify at a hearing last year?
You know what kind of annoys me? As much as this guy is a weasel, that's a really nice suit. I really like his suit. So it's like, you're a weasel with a great tailor. It's hard to make a potato look good, but that suit definitely makes is definitely a good
Here in this
suit.
courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context on the question, I might have estimated it to be around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used.
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. Here, Coach.
Yes.
Highlight question, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollections to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
That refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about your prior testimony. It was about...
Yeah, Andrea, if you could make it happen, send the Furbo off to KP. I'm okay. I ordered one. It sounds like KP could really use it. So send yours over to her, and that's awesome.
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock approximately.
You didn't stay there all night with those clothes?
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point, I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office too. No.
You indicated that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Literally anybody, basically.
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would have access to that area.
Of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
So at least there's one good Hank out there, or was at least. So yeah. All right, so they got water. They're letting Karen Reed have a Coke, it looks like. They wouldn't let anybody have a Coke in a courtroom I've been in, but looks like she's got a can of Coke. Or maybe that's Jackson's.
This piece of paper, you remember looking at the bag that the clothing items were in at this point, just the jeans?
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay. And the bag has a label on it, obviously, that's generated when items are bagged.
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay.
Oh my God, it just occurred to me who he reminds me of. It just occurred to me who he reminds me of. I got to find the image and give me 1 second. I just remembered. It just struck me as to who he looks like. Where's the image here? Yeah. Let's see. And there we go. All right. I've just figured out who he reminds me of. Give him a few years. Am I wrong here? Like,
Did you see the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I like the guy from Up. I like that movie. I don't know if Mrs. Runkle would like me saying this, but what is it? Up absolutely sucker punched her like 3 times in a row emotionally. So Mrs. Runkle and I went to go see Up. And as you well know, the first like 5 minutes of Up is like an emotional sucker punch, right? And so that was the third emotional sucker punch for Mrs. Runkle. But they also played this little short with like these clouds, and that got her as well. And they also played like a trailer for a movie about dogs that was sad. And that got her. Now, I will admit that the first 5 minutes got me. So I can't say too much.
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
If you could take a look at those 3 pages briefly, that's a colloquy. May refresh your record.
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you?
Colloquy, back and forth conversation.
I see.
I also see another suggestion for what he looks like. And I think it's actually maybe even better. But this one is not one that everyone will get. This is a slightly niche reference, but we have a nerdy crowd. He does kind of look like Sparehead 3 from Red Dwarf. So, you know, you got Sparehead 1, Sparehead 2, and then Sparehead 3 at the right. He does kind of look like Sparehead 3. So, yeah, I kind of And Yuri Bukhenik, I think, is the first guy to get a negative result on an IQ test, like just no IQ found. Can we get a new goal? Yes, we can. I will set up a goal. It's not a very inspired goal, but it's a goal.
May I approach?
Yes.
That is a excellent
Reviewing that
user
document
image there.
the date that those items were ultimately bagged, labeled.
Yes, based on the tag on the bag, when I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items were actually placed in the bag,
I don't know that to be true.
because you didn't place them in the bag. Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did,
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
but it wasn't you.
It was not me, no.
But the case officer, Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drying on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if you printed the label. I'm asking if you bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you. He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer's not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence. So I don't know who handled the evidence that day.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him?
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So
Right.
they would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily. So they would know that, hey, it's dried. Let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially from the supervisor, literally, who just said, I have no idea. They weren't communicating with you.
I was giving you an explanation of what could have happened.
Right. Speculation about what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be, knowing the protocols at the MSP and in your unit, would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it and submitted it into the evidence locker.
I do not know who bagged it.
He's like, I will not admit shit unless I'm like pinned to it.
So for 6 days, anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
Let's not wonder any further about the brown marks there.
Do you have any kind of log to document what was happening or who was handling those items of clothing during that 6-day period before it was bagged into evidence? Any kind of log?
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe.
Have you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in, handled, or touched, or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span before the fact.
I have never seen a log like that, no.
The fact is, we don't have a single document establishing the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Where's the log of the document logging what happened to it?
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log, a written piece of paper, something that looks like this. It's got writing on it that logs the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We didn't.
He's like, that sounds like the kind of thing you do at a department that doesn't put evidence in like solo cups.
Not create a log to document the documentation, so it'd be redundant, really.
You indicated on direct examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview.
It wouldn't be redundant to keep a log because literally they do this with everything. Like, let's say I'm at the police office and I've got a piece of evidence, and that piece of evidence is like a kilo of cocaine soaked in blood. So it's super relevant to like all the crimes because A, kilo of cocaine, and B, soaked in blood. And so I need to send this off to a whole bunch of different labs because I need them to A, verify that it's cocaine, and B, verify that it's blood, and C, figure out whose blood. So from me, I'm going to bundle this up, package it up, and there's going to be a log that says I sent it. And then I send it to lab number 1, and that's probably the blood lab. And then that lab gets it, and they put their names on the log. And they say, yes, we received the bloody cocaine. And then they send it off to the next lab. And those people put, and the log shows everywhere it's been. And it generates a paper trail, literally a trail here as to what's happened with this thing. Like, it's not just that you get evidence and then you're like, fuck it. Like, wherever it ends up, it's fine. Like, no.
One on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
That is not right.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
Who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper Bukhenik, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other 2 searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Canton PD documented the one piece and I collected, and then the 10th.
Okay.
He's gone through nearly that entire bottle of water while he's testifying.
Was anything recovered on February? Let's take them in order. On February 3rd.
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces. There was those are the items that were recovered.
That's on the 3rd. Okay, what about the 4th?
I mean, I could see doing it. I just don't have one.
The red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe. That Canton PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Canton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was at the scene. There was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
Sergeant Lank, does that sound right?
I do not know. I can't say yes or no. I don't recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I grabbed the item and left.
Okay. Did you write a report? I'm gonna combine these into all 3 dates together. Did you write any report? Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask him individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
Somebody authored a report. I'm not sure.
I'm asking about you.
I can't. There's over 100 reports. I'd have to take a look which report documents my activity that day.
Do you remember, as you sit here, authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th, the next day?
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
The reality, Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023, correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these 3 searches about which you've testified today, the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
That is not true. Each bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And by the way, we're going to get to that in a second, the evidence bags. A report is designed to memorialize exactly what happens, when it happens, why it happened, who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report, absolutely. Yes.
And the report in this case that documented these 3 searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper Bukhenik, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible, yeah. We write reports at different times. Yeah.
I want to ask you about this February 4th visit to the crime scene. You indicated that sometime in the morning, 8:45, 9 a.m., something like that, you responded?
On the 4th, sir?
On the 4th.
I was driving to work, so I would have to say 8:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact timestamp, but if you have something to refresh my memory, I could tell you if that's accurate.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
It was.
All right. Did you know Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th?
Canada does not have a Second Amendment, no.
Yes, I knew who he was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sally Port.
He was actually in the Sally Port, at least at some time, when the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He was there at some point. I had a conversation with him.
Okay. Tall guy, short guy?
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay.
I don't read lips, but even if I did, this guy's got no lips. His lips went to the same place as his neck. And nobody can read this guy's lips.
Do you know who Brian Higgins is?
I do.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins? Or what was it? I should be more pointed to this, Sergeant. What was your relationship back in 2022, January 2022?
Brian Higgins was a federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations, strictly professional relationship, a federal agent and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship.
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell?
Did you know Brian Higgins to have a personal relationship with any woman ever? Okay.
You, and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz. He called him one of his better friends.
Sustained, can I speak to that?
Sure. During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a personal relationship?
If you show me a report stating that, I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me or that I approved, I will take it for to be fact.
As you sit here now, you don't have a memory of that conversation with Brian Higgins?
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him
No,
and him sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that, I will take it as gospel and testify to it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it. We'll put our hands on that. But in the meantime, let me ask you a few other questions. You were contacted and told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes. He indicated he was driving by and saw a piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's driving by, I would take it to be in a car
and
at speed.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about, by the way, about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
How old?
How old? Estimate. Was he in his 50s, 60s, 70s?
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a small piece of red taillight from his car. Is that right? Okay. He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct? Did you question Chief Berkowitz after you learned this information about him driving by? Did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about the fact that his department had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of a, as you put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question, no.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict of interest?
No.
Because just days earlier, Sergeant, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused itself from interviews because of potential conflict of interest, right?
To prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews.
He's an ATF agent. Of course he's guilty. That's what they do.
I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't...
No, I didn't figure that you were going to interview the taillight piece. I'll comment. I'm trying to get your point. 3 or 4 days after.
I wasn't going to interview the taillight piece. Of course you wouldn't.
Canton PD recuses itself from the investigation, parts of the investigation, because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner being a detective, the chief of that department drives by in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right? I'm sorry?
PayPal. I can open up PayPal.
Was your understanding, at least at the time, that the whole purpose of the recusal was so that there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest? To avoid that?
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew I needed more manpower. And the Canton police, being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning.
With his detectives, they were at the location. They weren't standing outside. They were in their vehicles because it was raining really heavily.
Well,
Can we end this?
we can, Your Honor. Sure.
All right, so Sergeant, we'll bring you back tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Folks, that's it for today.
So there's going to be more cross-examination tomorrow. More tomorrow. EDV used that word today, and now everyone's using it. Which word? I'm not sure which word we're talking about there. All right. So, we're going to start off with more of the potato. There's a whole lot of more stuff to investigate. Will I be on FNF? I have some things I must do on Friday. I don't know that I can do a recap tomorrow. So I might have to do another doubled up recap on Monday. But I should make it on to FNF at some point. I should make it on to at some time there. Reality, I saw you said, not that I expect an answer, but I'm trying to find your question. It's way back there. All right, let's go through some super chats here. Let's talk about all the things. So what do I think of Bukhenik? I think he is a lying sack of shit, to be very polite about it. Bukhenik is clearly unwilling to answer even the most basic questions because, he just wants to dodge everything. Somebody says, what's FNF? Friday Night Frenzy on Law and Lumber's channel. He is... Oh, and I see somebody asking for a swoop. Let's do a swoop. We can do a swoop. We'll do the eyebrow swoop because I love that swoop. Try writing it in chat without any at symbol. YouTube blocks those. Just write the word at instead. Yep. I did see that you're trying to set up an email address. KP, you'll need to write it as not an email address. So just put at instead. Because YouTube does block any email address you try to put in the chat unless you're me. So, yeah. All right. There were some interesting notes there. There was an issue with the shoe, and she tells the jury, hey, jury, these things happen when there's a lot of complicated evidence. And I'm like, why are you explaining away the problems with the Commonwealth stuff? It's like that's not cool. The Commonwealth can explain that away, but why are you explaining that away? So, I wasn't super fond of that. We got super chats to go through. Let's start at the top. Steve Powers, is Hank going to mess this up like the MSP? Hank is so far, I'm just going to say Hank's doing a really good job so far. I think he's greasy, but I think he's effective. If I was charged with something, I would not object to Hank being my defense lawyer. I just don't think he should maybe be a prosecution lawyer. I think he's way better than Lally. Like, if you compare Brennan to Lally, holy shit, it's night and day, right? Just night and day. So, yep. Gwen River, you probably won't remember your wish for cuddles with 150 Roddy and a 240-pound Mastiff. Changed profile picture of younger, smaller Grendel next to 6'1" hubby. That is a big Mastiff. Oof. Grendel is a great name for it, too. Him, her, I feel like that would be a her name, but So Dottie Miller once had a hickory molasses whiskey with a smoky aftertaste I could almost chew. Only whiskey I ever actually liked neat. Hope yours is even better. Okay, that sounds delicious. Although I'm not huge on Massive Pete. Honk Breenan's favorite forensic homeopath. Have you ever encountered a prosecution this sketchy, morally decrepit in your career? No, I've encountered prosecutors I thought were greasy, but never like this. Or sketchiest one you've ever encountered, Runkle Storytime Request. I'm going to pass on that. I don't really want to throw too much shit because the prosecutor, if I throw too much shit at the greasy prosecutor, would probably recognize the story and might be upset. KDP, this is what I always thought. Love the recaps. Thank you so much. Mispronounced name. How much do you think Hank is internally enjoying watching these cops get their asses handed to them? Think he's taking notes for future defense cases? I don't think. Does Hank practice in this jurisdiction? I don't know. I mean, Hank is a smart guy. Hank is a smart guy. He's not dumb. So, Shay B, can the defense still call Proctor to the stand even if the prosecution doesn't? Absolutely they can, and I'm sure they will. There's no way the defense goes with their big opening of Trooper Proctor and then never actually delivers on Trooper Proctor. They've got to call Proctor to the stand. So Proctor's coming up on the stand, I'm sure, one way or another. I'm sure of it. So, was it Hank is why Whitey Bulger dies in prison? Fair. Witchy Jesse, this guy creeps me out. He is everything bad police naysayers scream about. You're not wrong. Jettle says whiskey and Runkle stories. Lori Webster, hi, thanks for the nightly recaps. I appreciate them as I don't have time for all-day trial now. Any idea when you'll get the auction item sent? I have been really slacking on getting that done. I am hoping to get the rest of them all out this weekend. I've been slammed, but I'm going to try my best to get them out. I want them out of my house. I want all of that off, and I want to try to achieve like 100% satisfaction of everything. So I'm going to try. Mary Nushki, cheers. Jennifer the dog lover, thank you for the commentary. You say the things I'm yelling in my head. Much love. Thank you, Jennifer. Fancy RPG, the main thing I've learned from this trial is CLR Bruce Rivers is right. Stop self-snitching, and nothing good happens after dark. Jeez. I mean, some good things happen after dark, but yeah. Lynn Britton, magic erasers clean white of sneakers like new. Interesting. Interesting. I have never tried that. Magic erasers can be used for all sorts of things. So, yep. Michael Stetson, Andrea Burkhart covered Sneakergate, White Soul. I didn't get into that. I thought it was probably just a photography issue, but I'm not certain. Greg, Ian, the problem is both shoes are labeled in a bag that says left shoe 34 Fairview. Yesterday, when showing the shoe recovered from 34 Fairview, they pulled the left shoe out of the bag. Oh, they're in the same bag? Okay, that's dumb. Amanda Lang, I still don't understand how law enforcement didn't know John O'Keefe's location. Only enough snow to track a cat at 12:30, and 2 inches by AM would be a clear outline. You'd think. It should be pretty clear. Lainey Briggs, what will the Commonwealth do if Karen is acquitted? Does the case quietly move to a cold case? I suspect that if she's acquitted, they never take a further step on it, and that is it. That's it. I really wanted to get into hunting long range before the divorce. Lost most of my guns in the divorce, though, sadly. That is sad, KP. I wonder if sometime I should do maybe sometime I should like rent a range and do a meetup at the range, and just like the people who want to come shooting can come shooting. That might be a fun one. And Queen of the Shebas says, I just sent the PayPal. Let me see if it's arrived. It should have arrived. I got it. It says Trooper Bukhenik is now the new Pogo the Clown, a.k.a. John Wayne Gacy. Thank you, Queen of the Shebas. Much appreciated. All right. Laney Briggs, what will the Commonwealth... Oh, we just read that. Book Dragon KSC, I acknowledge the goal. Thank you. I should check the latest goal. The latest goal we're not at. Okay. I'm not required to have a scotch. I can go for a run. Could the FBI identify the real killers and prosecute them once Karen is acquitted? I mean, theoretically, they could do that today. Take a drink of water, Runkle. The water was good for me. Mama of 3, a dislike could have saved your 5 vacation days. Just a thought. Yeah, or like, something saying that's entirely inappropriate, So, yeah. Kristen M96, don't you have someone who wants to harm you? Maybe the range is not smart. I mean, I go to the range in general, but also I know what that guy looks like. So if he shows up, yeah. The other Jules, Hanky leads so much in his direct. Do you think the jury is catching on to that? I see it, but I've watched since trial 1, so I know where he's going. I don't think the jurors actually care about leading. I think jurors don't mind that. So, yeah. AKA the Cat Lady. My ex was a firefighter. When he got suspended for something his subordinate did, and everyone threw a party to collect funds to cover the suspension loss in money. The suspension became a huge joke. I think that there's a lot of stuff there. So, yeah. Amara Deshane, the Punisher would hate these troopers and officers, especially Proctor. Yeah, let's not talk too much about what the Punisher would do here, because I don't want to get banned. Destined to be. Love the evening stream so I can catch up. That's why they're here. KDP acknowledged the term or the text is the new pledged. Oh, nice. Kalani Clifton, is Yuri Bukhenik allowed to read text sent by Michael Proctor? They did. They had him read them. Yellow Pill NP, I sent my dad a screenshot of Trooper B holding up the shoe and with no context asked, how used does that shoe look? Him, looks like it came out of the box. He's not wrong. The Cat and Brainworm, I brought a Remarkable 2 used for $300. Love it. Here's a little something towards one of your own. Ooh, you got a good deal. AKA the Cat Lady. Turtle Boy just announced that Proctor, Brian Cullen, Nicole Albert, and Higgins, Paul, Scorty Bello will not be called by the Commonwealth. That doesn't surprise me. The Commonwealth is going to bury all of the bad, all of the bad evidence there. So, yeah. Cat and Brainworm, $300 US, and came with the upgraded eraser pencil. Yes. Wait, what? Someone doesn't like our Runkle? Yes, I have credible death threats against me. So, yeah, that's fun. Yeah. Sarita Banana, we are nothing more or less than the cumulative biological and environmental luck over which we had no control that has brought us to any moment. Robert M. Sapolsky determined a science of life without free will. I'm high. That sounds like a nasty book to read while high, I'm just going to say. Redondo Beach, I grew up 60 miles from the Canadian border, the geographical center of North America, near Saskatchewan. This is not a blizzard, it's a light dusting. You are not wrong. Nobody special. Did Commonwealth ever say they found taillight in the drive? No, and I don't think they ever looked. Gray Space, Hank has mentioned in motions that Colleen Crawford, the NCDAO video expert, has clarified the ring camera and dash cam videos for this trial. I would have objected to clarified. Sarita Banana, Brennan is Gilbert Gottfried's love child. He had with the infomercial's favorite shoehorn, Shoudini. Phoenix Paw, Ian has said he hates getting super chats, so I'm annoying him with this to gift his doggos with treats. Awesome. I'm gonna go hug the pups after this. So, although I'm pretty sure Potter is gonna look at me like I'm trying to sleep. I'm trying to sleep. Don't they need Scorty Bello to testify that John O'Keefe is dead? I think they've probably got that he's dead now. They don't need the medical examiner. So, yeah. Hey, Ian, can we see your hair held up like a ponytail? Sure. Hopefully this is not a weird thing, but ponytail. So they hired a new expert to review the autopsy and offer a new opinion that says what they want it to. Oh, gross. So Baby Gator says nuggies. Lily B, my doggo said your doggos need some treats. They got treats. Patty Hoffman, nuggies for puppies. AKA the cat lady. It's upsetting that Bev was there for the first trial. She knows these people are lying, and she lets it happen. How does a judge allow that? I have no idea what is going through her head, and I don't want to speculate. I kind of imagine it's like that most of what goes through her head is like hold music, but yeah. Baby Getter says puppers. Thank you. Hawk Breenan's favorite forensic homeopath. What's the most fun you've ever had in a cross-examination? Ooh. So I had a cross-examination at one point where I managed to, I've had a few of them where I got some really good, like the Matlock moments where you just absolutely catch someone in a lie. One of them, this witness testified under oath. She testified and said, listen, I didn't know when this guy got released from jail. And then later she testified, one of the reasons why I was so scared to see this guy is because I knew he had just gotten out of jail. And so when I presented her, like when I confronted her with that cross-exam or with that contradiction, she like stammered for something like 8 minutes before. I'm exaggerating here. She stammered extensively with like, before I was like, I think I understand your answer. I got an acquittal on that trial. The judge was like, I cannot convict based on this. I had another one where the complainant said that my guy stole her car and ended up admitting that it was in fact his car. So that was fun. Like she admits on the stand that it was his car, and I'm like, yep. So yeah. All right. What is it? Light Queen. He's more than 51% weasel. Also, Doggo Nuggets. Thank you. Baby Gator has grave concern. What are the pros and cons of the defense calling Proctor? They have to. I mean, the cons are it's Proctor. He's not their friend. He's going to try to weasel. He's going to try to throw them under the bus, but they have to call him. Like, it's not a decision, I don't think. I will be very surprised if they don't call him. And if they don't call him, I would love to hear why. Because, like, I don't see an alternative. Frida, thank you for the super sticker. Much appreciated. Light Queen, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Cad Monkey, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Alley Cat, since this is for the pups. The pups loved the treats there. Bella Brat for you. Potter Biggin treats. Potter is a big pup. He looks like a young Mr. Fredrickson from Up. Yes, you saw the same thing. Jaded Juror, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Witchy Jesse, liar, pants on fire. This is completely different than what he said the last time. He's trying to CYA major this time. I expect they're going to drag him through inconsistencies. There's going to be a lot of cross-examination here. Hollyberry, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Jill Schneider, thank you so much. Jaded Juror, congrats again on the Gundy's Award. Thank you. I sent them an email going, was there supposed to be a silver coin in here? Because there wasn't. Law Nerd Amber, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Alyssa, someone in Lawyer You Know Live said the reason that John O'Keefe's phone doesn't show him going back into the yard is because it could have been in a Faraday bag. It could have. Maybe that's why Higgins went to the police station that night. Maybe. I don't know. Natalie Perani, love your streams, Runkle. I'm listening while packing for a flight from Detroit to Vancouver tomorrow. You reacting to Yuri is fantastic. He's such a weirdo. Hope for Gibby, thank you for the new membership. Much appreciated. Katie Hooling, which stream has the Laura Owens indictment coverage? I think yesterday. I think that was yesterday. Chat, was that yesterday or 2 days ago? You'll have to let me know. Don't want to miss the stream to go find it, but I'm not caught up on all the previous days. If you go back, you will... it's at the end, so it's easy to find. Mostly harmless fuzzball. Proctor's just this guy, you know? Raven, she, shim, sham are my pronouns. Weasel, 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 weasel. Thank you, Runkle. Thank you. Lisha Galagos, boycott Massachusetts. Maybe the governor will take action against this. Hit him in the pocket. They cannot ensure our safety against these criminally corrupt law enforcement, prosecutors, judges. I mean, I'm probably not going to Massachusetts anytime soon. So, Melissa Hubler, what would you call what Jackson's doing? Peacock business? He's just doing a good cross. So, yeah. Apocalypse DOA. Wouldn't a plane just be another type of cabin? I mean, I guess. Giselle Duke, do you use purple shampoo on those locks of yours? Yes. But I use purple shampoo like one day out of every 3 because otherwise I end up like actually purple. And then, yeah, that's not... but I do sometimes... My wife bought me some purple shampoo. She's like, you need this. And I'm like, okay. Melanie, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Nicole K. Runkle, don't you think if this was a bench trial, every judge but Bev would have quit? I would. Cutie Hewling. Carl Likeness, 7 out of 10. Bill Murray but Butch, 9 out of 10. Chadwick Canuck. I live in Stony Plain. I thought Officer Yuri would score low on an IQ test. That is right near me, Chadwick, and I'm not sure he'd score on an IQ test. Katie Hooling, I've never tried scotch, so I'll live vicariously through you. Super chat party tonight because it's payday, and it was big, lol. Congratulations, Katie. Deanne, so excited to be a member. I love this chat. Also, scotch is good, but it's getting expensive. It's hard to justify that. Did I see somebody in the chat say Emily? I'm just trying to figure out what... I saw an Emily, but I don't see an Emily. So am I lost? Okay. Reality check. Have you ever heard or seen a report that said that his wallet was in evidence? I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh, the purple hair for the Emily. Yes, I have accidentally Emily'd myself. What is it? Ducks in a bedrow. Runkle. After the shoe mix-up and sidebar, Judge Bev said to the jury, these things happen when you have a lot of evidence in the courtroom. She's trying to influence the jury. She shouldn't have made that comment because the defense might want to suggest that, is part of a shoddy investigation. So, yeah. EE, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Splashdown CA, if Proctor pleads the 5th, I don't think he can. Can they put through a motion to dismiss on that basis alone? I don't think he can plead the 5th. I think that's waived. Jade, what's your favorite part about being a lawyer? Helping people. Being on the side of somebody who no one else is there. Would I ever want to be a judge? Maybe, but I'd have to give up this channel to be a judge. So that's a downside. The other thing is a lot of what judges do is boring. I think I would much prefer to not be a judge, but instead to be a what do you call it? Like a court of appeal justice. I'd love to be an appeal justice. I think that would be a better one for me. But it's not going to happen. I don't think anybody's going to make me a judge or a justice or anything like that. Shay B, can you explain why they wouldn't have Proctor take the stand? So the Commonwealth is ducking on that, and they are they are they're basically trying to hide Proctor and pretend that he's irrelevant and insignificant. So that's the strategy. They're just trying to play that that he's not significant. So we'll see. I mean, the jury might say, okay, well, maybe Proctor isn't that important. or they might say that at the end of it, the jury might say, well, the prosecution's got no credibility. They're trying to trick us. What's the distinction between a judge and a justice? Well, now they call provincial court judges justices. But so there's different levels of court in Canada. Provincial court handles lower level stuff. Some of it can be pretty serious, but like lower level stuff. And, docket appearances and so forth. And then there's the next level up of King's Bench. King's Bench, I'm assuming criminal, because that's what I'd want to be doing. King's Bench does things like, much more serious charges. A murder is going to be in King's Bench. It's not going to be in provincial court. And then the next level up is the Court of Appeal. Appeals court, and that's where I'd love to be, Court of Appeal. Appeals court deals with appeals. Like, so somebody was convicted. They say, I shouldn't have been convicted. Don't convict me. Here's the error of law. And then the justices address that. They hear arguments, and it's much more academic. And quite frankly, I think that would be much more my speed. So I would love to do that, but I just don't see that there's any likelihood of it. I just don't see there's much chance. But we'll see. Yes, and King's Bench was formerly known as Queen's Bench. It's still Queen's Bench in my head, but I have to mentally adjust. So, all right, we've covered all the super chats. We have covered all of the things. I think I will wrap this up here. Alessi does mostly appeals. I like appeals. Appeals are my bag. They're fun. All right, and it looks like Kay and Andrea, you've got everything worked out. Wait, Runkle, please. I can wait. From Maddie, does the Commonwealth get to cross Proctor if defense calls him, even though he's friendly? Yes. If the defense calls him, they get to cross-examine. So that is an advantage for the Commonwealth of not calling him. Wolf, I saw you said, wait, what do you, what's going on? What am I missing? What am I missing? I see somebody says, I see more super chats. I think we just read those more super chats. What am I missing? You can make yourself a Judge Justice of YouTube and just change your name to Judge Justice Runkle of the Bailey. Boom. Fair. Time to delete messages. Now I'm confused. I am a little bit confused. So, Wolf is saying that they need time to delete the email messages. I got it. I will give it a few minutes, though. KP, you good? KP, give me a thumbs up when you're good for me to wrap things up. Okay, all good now. I'm seeing excellent. Got it deleted. Awesome. So looks like that is really cool. I am really glad that that's getting set up and that you're getting the Furbo and all of that. Hopefully tomorrow the Furbo arrives, and if the Furbo arrives, hopefully tomorrow we can do a. Hopefully we'll have like Doggo Cam and Treat Launcher and all of that. So, all right. Thank you all for joining me. I will see you guys. See you guys tomorrow, and more to go. I didn't see it. If you sent me a DM, send me another DM. So yes, I don't think I saw that. Send me another DM. We'll talk if you need to. If you need something from me. So, all right. Good night, everyone, and see you maybe tomorrow, maybe Monday. We got to figure that out. I'll let you guys know tomorrow. So, good night, all.